That is. Ooh. Check. Boom. Boom. Check. Are the other mics on?
Yeah, they're over there. They're on.
Which one is giving that room noise? Check, check, check. 1, 2, and boom. Check, 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 check. 1, 1, 2, 1, 2. Check, check, check. Hey, hey, hey. Check. Check, check. Check 1, 2. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Check, check, check. 1, 2, 1, 2. What is the deal? Oh, that's why. Check, check. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Hey, hey. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hi. Hello. Check, check. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Check 1, 2.
I'm just learning.
Settings, go to settings. If you go to settings, and you can change it so it doesn't, you don't lose it. Check, check. Check, check 1, 2. Hey, hey. Hey, hey.
You're good to still send stuff if there's
Check 1, 2. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Shakalaka. Okay, this mic is good. Do you change these batteries out?
Yep, just
All right, I know I left my mask over there. Sorry. Check these really quick.
Alrighty. Here is one sanitized mic.
Okay. Guess I should turn Lynn off. I'm listening to him right
Obviously, with everything going on, I'll have you guys put your mics on
Boom,
yourself.
boom.
If you're
Boom,
comfortable
boom.
with me helping adjust,
Hello, hello.
you can
Hello, hello.
make
Check, check, check.
sure that
1,
the
2, 1, 2.
actual mic itself is
1,
on the
2.
outside part
1,
of your
2.
ear, and preferably
Hey,
near
hey.
the center, so you're
Hi.
not like
Hello.
away or anything.
Hello, hello.
And then you can
Welcome,
just
welcome,
wear it
welcome.
in your pocket, just kind of making sure you tuck this cord as much behind you as possible. And then I don't have a preference as to where you all sit. I don't know if you do, but yeah. And yeah, get comfortable. Let me know if you have any questions. That mic's done. If we were gonna check this one here next, and he's sanitizing the second one.
now. Ask how they're going to do the project. As our slides. May I ask a question about how you're going to show the
Yes.
presentation?
So how we'll be doing it is this here is showing you what we are presenting live. So as far as the PowerPoints go, we'll be on the look of you guys.
Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Hello, hello. Check, check. Check 1, 2.
Like
Hello.
and then we
Doodaloo.
have the PowerPoints that
Check, check.
pull So
One,
what
two,
you'll
1, 2.
do is just
Hey,
give
hey.
me a verbal, like,
Hey, hey.
slide.
Hello, hello.
Something of that nature.
Check
and
1,
then
2.
I will go ahead,
Check.
advance over.
Boom, shaka laka laka. Ba, shaka laka
And
boom.
we'll bounce between you guys talking and telling.
Hello, hello, hello.
Does that work for you all? Or
Check
are
1,
you
2.
confused?
Hello.
So it'll be
Doodaloo.
both actual footage of us sitting here and then interchangeable with the
Yes.
slides.
Yeah, so I'll be watching the content of the slides, listening to you all as you're speaking and stuff. If you're lingering on one for a while, it'll bounce to you guys talking live. And then towards the end, are you doing Q&A, or is there a plan for that?
Plan to, because we're only doing about 15, 20 minutes each.
Perfect.
And then, you know, if
So then
there's-
my moderator here is going to be watching the chat and then giving me those questions that come up, and we're going to pull them to screen. So you're able to see them, we'll have them.
Lindsay, you should be good.
Where, are you able to read that okay?
yes.
Yes. So then you'll be able to see them in real time and then answer the questions. Yeah, I know. I bumped it up as much as possible. But so that's how that'll happen. I've told him there is a character limit. So if he sends me one that's maybe a little bit too long, there might be some ... at the end. So then we'll try to avoid that, but if that's the case, just I guess answer as much of the question that's there. But yeah. Any other questions along those lines?
Should we tell people at the beginning that they can submit questions
I would
as
highly
part of the
recommend that, yeah.
introductory? Okay.
So they'll be submitting questions throughout, and then we'll just have them queued up.
Yeah, we'll have them he'll be sending them to me, and we'll have them queued, so then at the end, once you're done with the presentation, we'll just start firing all of those off back to back for you all.
Okay.
Awesome.
And then the order, how did you end up doing the presentation orders? Was it?
So it's the one presentation file, which I'll go ahead and go through the whole presentation with you all, so stand by 1 second.
What? I guess this one's
So it's
first.
46 slides,
Okay.
and it looks like it starts with you, Michelle.
I'm just curious if
I'm just gonna go through
arts and
all of them
culture
so you
one.
can see them.
Okay. Okay. That's clean it.
Let me know if there's anything that you want me to flag.
He's sitting there lonely.
What's happening?
Any other comments?
Well, but you're funding them for
For
small
small
business.
business.
That's
And then last one.
huge. That's great.
So you're going first and me.
Yeah.
And then
I don't want to sit in the middle, so if you guys want to flip a coin, see who wants to sit in the middle.
We can swap, or maybe whoever's presenting and then we can move away.
So you just decided what order you want to sit in?
Yeah, we're just trying to.
I can sit in the middle.
You can do the middle? Yay.
Since I'm going, my presentation's in the middle.
Just where I haven't, licked the table or anything.
Yeah.
great, then you'll make us all look bad as we're reading them.
I know, I want to
No,
be
I
like,
brought- I
and
have my,
then.
Hold on, next page.
I have to put my glasses on too, which is equally fun. I'm supposed to not have my hair.
Oops, just kidding. I have my regular headphones. How's both? Well, save the day. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you, Colton, for having us.
Well, no, he doesn't, sorry, I think it's enough, no. Go ahead and rapid fire if you're ready. Whenever,
Oh.
once you're set up.
Timer.
Maybe under the
I don't
break,
have a
we're gonna
watch.
start
Oh, I think there's going to be a timer on the
Oh,
actual.
that's right. They said.
All right,
Okay.
so ladies, I'm gonna just go ahead and show you the looks just so you can get comfortable. You'll want to adjust the camera. Obviously, when you're reading the comments, that's totally fine to look over here, but just try not to watch yourselves. I know it's kind of hard. I struggle with it too. I have to be like,
What if I'm like this?
right. That would be hard. So here's gonna be the 3-shot. I have a couple then individual shots too.
I'm immediately regretting sitting in the middle.
No need to do zoom ins or anything like that.
Yeah, the farther the better. Oh, that's not necessary.
But I might go to them once just so I can then pull up your lower thirds. Whether you're
Look how fancy.
and then
Wow. Look official.
third, yay. And then mostly though will be on the 3-shot and then go into your PowerPoint.
And then will there be a timer somewhere where we can
Yes.
see?
So
Okay.
actually, yeah, I'll go ahead and show you that look too. There'll be a timer, but then it has the 75 minutes. We're gonna keep that there the whole time. That's mainly to keep all the tracks on the same course. So you can use that as a guide for you, but don't try not to get too panicked by it.
So if we go over by a second, it won't like cut us off or anything.
No, we're gonna do. So we'll try not to. We'll give you kind of like a countdown, like when because if we're ending with questions at the end, we can kind of just phase out of that. So I don't anticipate your content will go over, but we might just have to cut off questions at a certain
Okay.
point. So I'll give you kind of that like wrap, like to where it's like, okay, we're all done, thanks guys, and then we'll go to a holding slide, you're free to go, and then track A will kick back off again.
So just to confirm, we're running through the 3 presentations. We're not answering any questions until the latter part of the presentation.
That's completely up to you, but yes, if that's what works for you all,
I
then
think
that
that
works
might
for me.
work.
Yeah, I think that
Okay.
Okay, yep.
So 3 presentations, then questions and comments? Okay.
Yeah, so you can send them to me the whole time, and then at the very end is when we'll start then sending them.
Great.
If you ladies can do a couple checks really quick, I just want to hear.
testing, testing.
Hello. Testing.
So you go first. Just check.
Testing, 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 testing. Good.
Michelle, you can go.
Good morning. Testing, testing. Welcome to the Nonprofit Academy. Hey, Taylor.
So we will just need quiet. Yeah. So these microphones pick up.
It was funny. I was hearing Lynn's comments this morning where he was saying he thinks someone's shrinking his suits because he couldn't button his suit this morning when he.
Are you both working back at the office, or you're still working remote?
I'm still at home too.
I'm at the office.
Kelly's at the office.
We've stayed there.
Really, the whole time? Oh.
Sorry, one of the mics just sounds echoey. Kelly, can I have you just do a lot of talking really quick?
Sure. Check, 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 check.
Tell us, how's that been working at the office?
Check,
during
check, check.
COVID?
Yeah, for a second, okay?
Supercalifragilistic.
Keep going.
Yeah, stand by 1 second.
Which one?
3.
Hello, 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 hello. Hello.
Count to 10 for me.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Tell me a story. Tell me a story.
I don't have any good stories. I'm a little bit better at counting. we good?
No, I need you to
Okay.
keep on counting.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Her mic is,
Is it in your pocket?
No, it's on the back of my pants. I don't have a pocket.
It's on.
May I adjust the mic?
Sure.
I sanitize my hands, I promise.
Okay.
We went out to a restaurant yesterday for the first time in 14 weeks.
How did it feel?
It was amazing.
Oh, I bet.
Felt like
I want to see people.
7, 8, 9, 10,
Yeah, it was hard today.
11,
leaving
12,
the house. I was getting
13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Hello?
No, you're okay.
All right.
Dial, are you okay?
Yeah, my kids are dying to go out. My husband's working also. My husband's a
Good morning, and thank you for joining us for a brief overview of funding opportunities with the City of San Diego and the County of San Diego. We appreciate you joining us. My name is Michelle Morano. I'm a Community Development Coordinator with the City of San Diego, and with me are my colleagues Leticia Gomez-Franco, Senior Arts and Culture Funding Manager with the City of San Diego's Commission for Arts and Culture, and also Kelly Salmons, Chief of Operations with the County of San Diego's Health and Human Services Agency, Housing and Community Development Services. We're going to be talking about 15 minutes each to discuss funding opportunities with our agencies. And at the end of our presentation, we'd like to entertain questions. So if you have questions throughout the presentation, please use your chat option, and we have a moderator that will provide those to us at the end of the session. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and start about opportunities that are available with the City of San Diego's Economic Development Department. And again, my name is Michelle Morano. I've been with the city for about 20 years, working to ensure that all communities have the critical resources they need to be strong and vibrant. I began my career as an executive director of a nonprofit organization, and I feel really fortunate to now be in the position to help others fulfill their mission. Next slide. I'm going to discuss two different types of opportunities sponsored by the city's Economic Development Department. The first are nonprofit capacity building programs, and the second are actual funding opportunities for nonprofit partnerships. So whenever the city is designing programs, it considers its overarching mission to effectively serve and support our communities, and also our vision to become a world-class city for all. In order to achieve our goal, we do provide high-quality public services, and we work in partnership with all of our communities. Next slide. We believe that by strengthening nonprofit organizations within our community, the city is better positioned to accomplish our shared mission. And these capacity building programs include the Nonprofit Academy, which you're participating in today, and Nonprofit Academy workshops, and also an accelerator. Next slide up for the Nonprofit Academy. Government money flows to nonprofits in the forms of grants and contracts at the state, federal, and local level to meet our community economic development objectives and to ensure proper stewardship of public funds. Our organization has a vested interest in ensuring the viability of our nonprofit sector partners. So the goal of the Academy is not only to grow existing nonprofits, but also to increase the quantity, quality, and diversity of nonprofits competing for city contracts. Today, you're participating in the 7th Nonprofit Academy offered in partnership with USD and the city. And part of the success of this program is our approach of nonprofit organizations as equal partners in our goals. The city is willing to adapt and remain open to the possibility of adjusting policies and procedures based on input we receive from our partners throughout this process, and we're innovative in our approach. So that leads us to the two other capacity building programs that have been established as a result of what we've learned in the Nonprofit Academy. Next slide. The workshop series is in response to nonprofits looking for more time to explore specific topics. And these workshops are free and open to any nonprofit serving the city of San Diego. They're offered in the communities where the nonprofits are located and where clients are being served. The Nonprofit Academy helped the city identify the need for more targeted training for small and emerging nonprofit organizations. And as a result, an accelerator program was developed, and it was designed for small and emerging nonprofit organizations who'd like to apply for CDBG funds. They have a 6-month certificate program to obtain a financial audit, and also provides training and consulting in areas such as governance, financial management, grant writing, and change management. Next slide. Now that we've talked about the capacity building programs, I want to highlight some of the funding opportunities that are available through the City of San Diego. On this slide, you'll see a handful. I'm going to be talking about the first two that are available through the Economic Development Department, and then my colleague Leticia will be talking about the opportunities through the Commission for Arts and Culture. The City Council offices also have programs available and I'll provide some resources at the end of this presentation for those funding opportunities. They all have very similar requirements, and so I will take a little bit of time just to go over what all of those overarching requirements are. So next slide. The city wants to make sure that we are, that nonprofits that we work with are a safe investment. So we have to ensure that your organization has both the fiscal capacity and the program design to comply with the regulatory rules of our programs. So each of the programs I mentioned do have a handful of similar requirements. And the next slide. One of those is that we have a two-phased application process. The first is a request for qualifications, and really we're looking at, is the applicant organization ready to contract with the City of San Diego? Once that has been determined, there's something called a request for proposals. That demonstrates we're soliciting programs and services or the projects that you're proposing to be funded with grant funds. Next slide. In addition, the programs have general requirements such as providing articles of incorporation, an EIN number for your organization. We're going to ask if you have a nonprofit tax determination letter, as well as for nonprofit organizations registration with the California Attorney General's Registry of Charitable Trusts. Also unique to CDBG, there's a requirement for a DUNS number registration, and again, I will provide you with some resources at the end of this presentation for how you can get that if you don't already have it. The City of San Diego also has certain insurance requirements. Next slide, please. And these include commercial general liability requirements, automobile liability, and workers' compensation. It is really important for nonprofit organizations to understand these requirements so the costs associated with these policies can be incorporated into the proposed project budget. These requirements are also consistent among the various city-funded programs. Next slide, please. So the first funding opportunity I'd like to highlight with the Community Development Block Grant Program, or CDBG. And you'll hear me say that a lot, CDBG. It's an entitlement program, and it's administered by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, or HUD. And funds are allocated to the city based on a regulatory formula, so we don't need to apply for it every year. It's subject to federal appropriation. The primary objective is to improve living environments, expand economic opportunities, and provide decent housing for low and moderate income individuals and areas. There's another session available to you on the pre-recorded sessions in the Nonprofit Academy. It's called Connecting the Dots. Are you CDBG ready? So if you're interested in applying for CDBG funds, I'd encourage you to take a look at that pre-recorded session. It really gets into the weeds and details of how to apply for CDBG funds. Next slide, please. When applying for CDBG funds, a nonprofit will be required to propose a project or program designated to achieve 3 different national objectives. Goodness, that was a rough little go at that. There are 3 national objectives: low and moderate income, removal of slum and blight, and urgent need. Historically, the city's policy has been to prioritize projects with a low and moderate income benefit. So a nonprofit can achieve that by helping low and moderate income clients, providing low and moderate income jobs, working in areas that have 51% of their residents as low and moderate income, or also providing housing to low and moderate income households. Next slide, please. So some examples of eligible activities or public services. This is where a nonprofit provides direct services to clients. This could be meal delivery programs or college prep, childcare, workforce training, senior services. Sustainability projects are also eligible for CDBG funds, like multi-unit residential rehab or providing solar installation on single-family homes. Next slide, please. Another type of eligible activity is economic development. So this would be when a nonprofit organization provides technical assistance to maybe micro-enterprise businesses. Those are businesses with 5 employees or less. Could also provide business financial assistance and commercial facade improvements. There's also housing rehabilitation, again for single-family homes, maybe to increase ADA accessibility, and facility improvements. So for example, a nonprofit owns a a facility and they want to expand their services. The example here is La Maestra, where they had a file room and they converted that to a CT scanning suite for their patients. Next slide, please. The other type of funds that are available through the Economic Development Department are economic development funding. And there are two programs, the Small Business Enhancement Program, or SBEP. We love our abbreviations at the city. And then the other is Transient Occupancy Tax, or TOT. These are both offered through the city's Business Expansion, Attraction, and Retention team. And there are two different subcategories within each funding type. There are micro-districts and citywide in the Small Business Enhancement Program. And then there's the Economic Development and Tourism Support and citywide programs in the TOT program. Next slide, please. Each program is designed to meet very specific goals. For example, the Small Business Enhancement Program has two goals, one with a neighborhood business focus and the other with a citywide small business focus. And then with the Transient Occupancy Tax Program, one seeks to increase and enhance the tourism-based sector, while the other seeks to increase citywide-based sector businesses like manufacturing and innovation, international trade and logistics, and the defense industry. Next slide, please. Some examples of these types of programs are street banners, marketing materials, training workshops, and special events for the Small Business Enhancement Program. And then for the Transient Occupancy Tax programs, those include small business incubators, visitor marketing, and venture capital development. Next slide, please. So over the last 3 months, our team has been committed to supporting nonprofits as they adapt their programs to continue to serve the public and overcome their budget and timeline challenges. And some examples of what we've done is to provide contract flexibility for fiscal year 20 contract holders. So if you're a nonprofit organization watching this right now and you have an existing contract with the City of San Diego for the CDBG funds, we have offered scope changes to allow you to convert from in-person classes to virtual classes. We've offered budget amendments and also term extensions on our contracts. If you haven't already reached out to your project manager, I would encourage you to do that so that you can get access to those accommodations. We also made some changes to the Nonprofit Academy itself. As you can tell, the focus of this session is managing and leading through a crisis. We also pivoted a little and redirected some critical technical assistance funds. We had scheduled a spring series of workshops, and those were canceled due to the emergency. And so those funds were redirected to the University of San Diego to help them provide technical assistance to nonprofits in partnership with the Small Business Development Council, so that those organizations could have access to federal assistance programs through the Small Business Administration, like payroll protection programs. And finally, at the end of May, the City Council approved a recommendation for us to allocate over $3.5 million of both Community Development Block Grant funds as well as CARES Act funds to additional public service projects offered by nonprofit organizations. So those are specifically funds directed to nonprofit organizations. And our staff is working diligently to release a notice of funding availability for projects that would be specifically related to the prevention, preparation, or response to the COVID-19 emergency. Next slide, please. So for additional information, I do encourage you to explore the webpage listed on this slide. It includes information for the Commission for Arts and Culture, the Economic Development Programs, as well as the funds available through the City Council's Community Projects, Programs, and Services program. There are opportunities there to link to registrations to sign up for email distribution lists. Again, I encourage you to do that as well, so you can be notified of upcoming opportunities, workshops, trainings, and City Council meetings covering nonprofit organization relevant items. And next slide, please. So as Laura mentioned this morning, I would like to close with the city's values. We like PIES, in case you can see the abbreviation there. People, integrity, excellence, and service. My colleagues and I serve in solidarity with every person and organization working to create and sustain a city in which everyone has the ability to live in a safe, healthy, well-resourced, resilient neighborhood free from discrimination. We are here to assist you and your organizations, and if you have any questions, I encourage you to contact us using an email, cdbg@sandiego.gov, for a very swift response. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Leticia. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. My name is Leticia Gomez Franco. I am the Senior Arts and Culture Funding Manager for the City of San Diego Commission for Arts and Culture. A little bit of background on me. Before coming to work for the city, I did work in San Diego nonprofits. I worked at a social service agency, Casa Familiar, in San Isidro for 10 years. Started out there as their grant writer, and swiftly went into working in the arts from there, running their art space in San Isidro. Always working in development. I worked at other nonprofits in development, and that experience working in small nonprofits in San Diego has definitely guided my work here at the Commission for Arts and Culture, and overseeing our funding programs and making sure that there is accessibility and there is a bridge kind of being built between our city process and the needs of our local communities. We'll get right into our presentation. I'll go over our mission and vision, and then we'll talk about our funding program. So the mission of the Commission for Arts and Culture is to vitalize the community by integrating arts and culture into community life, supporting the region's cultural assets, and showcasing San Diego as an international cultural tourism destination. Our vision is expanding our world by celebrating creativity in San Diego. We have two funding opportunities in our funding program. The first is Organizational Support Program. This opportunity provides general operating support with an emphasis on the delivery of programs and services that impact San Diego's quality of life and tourism. OSP allows for general operating support, and if you're a nonprofit and have been working on development, you know how rare it is to find a grant that provides operating support. So this is a really important fund that we have at the Arts Commission, because it allows for our arts and cultural institutions to be able to pay for the lights and pay for the spaces that are integral to functioning in arts community. It specifically allows operating support for arts and culture nonprofits. So some of the applicants that we have are theaters, museums, dance institutions, music, heritage and cultural, and art service organizations. The focus here is the delivery of arts and cultural programs and services that engage residents and visitors, and that there's an impact on San Diego's quality of life and tourism. Next slide. Our second funding opportunity is the Creative Community San Diego, or CCSD. And this opportunity provides sponsorship for projects such as community-based festivals, parades, and celebration. These projects should promote neighborhood pride and community reinvestment, make arts and culture activities more available and accessible in San Diego neighborhoods, and encourage people of diverse backgrounds to share their heritage and culture. So this fund is project-specific support for nonprofits. Some of these projects could be festivals, parades, celebrations, things that have things that happen, have specific deliverables and happen in neighborhoods. Can we go back to our slide, please? Can we go to the previous slide? One of the big things for CCSD is that it allows for fiscal sponsorships. So unlike OSP, where you have to be a 501c3 to be able to apply for OSP funding, through CCSD, if you don't have a nonprofit status, but know of an organization that is a nonprofit and you yourself are organizing a festival or some kind of cultural event in your neighborhood or community, you could be eligible to apply for this funding if you partner up with a fiscal sponsor. And to learn more about how you could possibly do that, feel free to reach out to me, and we can discuss ways for you to build healthy partnerships and be able to kind of provide these services and these festivals to the community without necessarily having yourself to be a nonprofit. Next slide. So all of the funding for the Commission's arts and culture funding programs comes from the city's TOT tax. This is the city's transient occupancy tax, and it is a tax levied on visitors and tourists to San Diego. Depending on how much funding is allocated to OSP and CCSD, the size of the awards will vary. So for example, in FY20, OSP funding awards ranged from $5,000 to $600,000, and CCSD funding awards ranged from $5,000 to $140,000. For FY21, that funding has been reduced to about half of that, which means that FY21 OSP awards will range between $500,000 and $300,000, and CCSD will range between $5,000 and $70,000. Our minimum award amount is $5,000, so if you apply and are eligible for funding, you will receive at a very minimum $5,000. And some of the things that kind of come into play when calculating our awards are the size of an organization's budget or the size of your project budget, how you score during the panel process, how you rank, and again, how much funding is allocated to OSP and CCSD. Next slide. This is a little overview of our application schedule. Guidelines are released in the fall. For FY21, we expect them to be released in October. Like economic development, we have a two-part application process. So the RFQ is due first, and that'll be due in October, November. And then we go through a process called the cure phase, where we review all of the RFQs for eligibility, and we'll talk a little bit more of that in a couple slides coming up. And then sometime in winter, January, February, you'll be working on your RFP, which is your request for proposals. In March, we usually have our panel process, which applicants are invited and encouraged to attend. So you're able to see the panel in conversation, reviewing all of the applications, and it is a huge learning opportunity. And then at around this time, in April, May, June, tentative awards are announced, and that kind of goes in line with the city's budget process. So as the city budget begins to allocate funding to OSP and CCSD, we're able to start calculating tentative awards, and then final awards are announced at the end of June, and then July kicks off our contracting process for the year. Next slide. Some of the eligibility criteria for, this is for both OSP and CCSD. Your organization has to be a 501c3. For OSP, your organization has to be an arts and culture focused organization. And for CCSD, the organization does not have to be an arts and culture organization, but your project has to be arts and culture related. But the organization applying for funding has to be a 501c3. So your fiscal sponsor would have to be a 501c3. Your organization has a 3-year history as a 501c3. Your organization is either located in the city of San Diego or benefiting city of San Diego residents. Your organization or project operates to fulfill a mission that aligns with the purpose of the Arts and Culture Community Festivals category of TOT funding, which are to enhance the economy, to contribute to San Diego's international reputation as a cultural destination, to provide access to excellence in culture and the arts for residents and visitors, to enrich the lives of the people of San Diego, and to build healthy, vital neighborhoods. Next slide. As discussed before, our process is also a two-phase process, the RFQ and the RFP. During the RFQ process, we're basically looking at eligibility, and then you move into, if qualified, you move into the RFP, where you get an opportunity to share with us what it is you're proposing. Next slide. So defining the RFQ, the process of assessing if an applicant is qualified or not qualified to contract with the city. So this is basically looking at the eligibility requirements that we've discussed in the previous slide, looking at the organization's administrative capacity, accountability through governance. So we ask for a list of your board members, financial management. We want to make sure that the organization has enough liquidity. The city's funds that are granted through TOT are granted on a reimbursement basis. So there is an expectation that an organization has enough funds to put on the project or programs beforehand, and then be able to request a reimbursement for that. So those are some of the things that we look at in the RFQ, and then to make sure that the organization has enough bandwidth to manage the details of a city contract. Next slide. The RFP is the fun part of the application, because this is when you get to share with us the programs and services that you're proposing, what kind of community engagement tactics you'll have, your organizational capacity, And you'll get to answer a question about emphasis areas, and if you are a CCSD organization, share your project budget. So this is basically where you tell us, who's working on this, what are you working on, what community are you engaging, who's your target audience, how is that audience taking a part in the development of your projects, what needs are you serving. So this is a narrative part of the application. This part of the application goes to panel, and a panel comprised of community members and field experts and representatives of all of our different San Diego neighborhoods and districts come together and review the applications to make sure that they meet the criteria for a qualifying RFP. Next slide. So that is our funding opportunities in a nutshell. There's a whole lot more information involved in that. If you go into our website now for arts and culture, you'll find our guidelines. This is what will be released in October for FY21. What you see here, or for FY22, what you see here is the guidelines for FY21, and these are currently still living on our website. So if you look through these, you'll find a lot of the requirements, information, a lot of the nitty-gritty on how to apply for funding for your arts and culture nonprofit or your arts and culture related projects in the city of San Diego. The guidelines will remain, for the most part, consistent for FY22. There may be some changes, and we'll talk a little bit about what's driving some of those changes in the following slides. We did want to address a little bit how we are supporting this huge shift that is happening in our arts community because of COVID-19. COVID-19, as we know, has had a huge effect, particularly on our arts and culture community, causing closures and cancellation of events, and so there's been a big effect. One of the things that we did with our current contractors, much like economic development did to provide support, was create flexibility with the city's kind of red tape process. So one of the things that we did was also extend contract terms, which meant that if an organization had to postpone an event that was intended to happen in April or May, but now is happening in September, October, or they're hoping it happens in September, October, they can request an extension. If an organization had to cancel an event because there was just no way around getting health and safety restrictions, we still honored their contract and they were able to submit reimbursement requests for expenses already incurred, because as we know, these are usually year-round expenses in planning a lot of these programs. And probably most helpful was that organizations were able to request the full of their award immediately, as opposed to in previous years when organizations have to submit a final report before they can submit the final completion of their award. Because of the loss of revenue happening with our arts and culture organizations, they were able to submit requests for their full award funding and be able to put that funds to use. So that was very helpful. For FY21, we are currently in our kind of award phase as a budget process closes, and we are again working very closely with our FY21 applicants because again, they submitted these applications last year. A lot of these things have changed, so we're working with them as they pivot into what will be a new normal. So supporting them as they either have to change the format of their programming, change dates, just kind of renew their scope of services into a different direction to comply with health and safety guidelines. For FY22, as mentioned earlier, guidelines will be released in the fall. We're taking all of this information that we're gathering into consideration. Our final reports for FY20 will be a huge source of information and help us guide. We're doing surveys. We're constantly feeling the temperature on the arts and culture ecosystem to see how we can best respond and how we can best support the arts and culture community. Next slide. One of the things that was kind of an immediate response and served to support our arts and culture artists here in San Diego were two initiatives. One of them is already currently underway, and the other one should be coming in the summer. And this is really to activate and engage our artists here in San Diego. The first one is SD Practice. Applications for this are due July 13th. And this basically will help to strengthen and diversify our city arts collection holdings by supporting San Diego artists and their artistic practice. and creative development through the direct purchase of artworks. So for artists who want more information on this, please visit our website. This is an opportunity to have artworks from San Diego artists purchased by the city to be included into the Civic Art Collection. Next slide. And the second initiative is Park Social. This should be launching in the summer. It's a $500,000 initiative where the city is commissioning San Diego artists to develop site-specific temporary projects to create moments of reflection in park settings. There is also more information on this on our website, so artists interested in this will have more information as time moves forward, as we are expected to launch this initiative in the summer, and it'll help to activate our parks and get ready for the city kind of full reopening and getting people back engaging in public spaces. And next slide. And on a final note, we did want to mention the city's and the Commission for Arts and Culture's commitment to equity in the arts. Last week, the commissioners released a statement of affirmation and solidarity, and most importantly, of commitment to really look at the way that our process and procedures could possibly shift to more equitably support our arts community. We have committed to that, and as part of that commitment, kind of expedited the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Initiative that was already underway. We currently are working with an outside consultant to come in and do a DEI assessment of the city's past process and protocols and procedures to look at the history of our funding distribution and recommend how we can move forward and shift that in a way that is more equitable. Concurrently with that, we will be having DEI training. Again, an outside consultant will be coming in and doing training with staff and commissioners to make sure that we are acutely aware of any unintended bias and just aware of social engagement and how we proceed and how that affects our work. And as that wraps up, we will be releasing and doing a DEI engagement also with the public, and that is also on our website under our DEI tab. It's work we're very committed to and are very much looking forward to doing. And that wraps up my presentation. If you have any questions, please, we have a ton of information on our website. Please feel free to reach out to me or my colleague Carla Centeno. We kind of work in the funding sphere of the Commission for Arts and Culture and are ready and eager to field all your questions and get you on board as a funded organization through the Commission for Arts and Culture.
Okay, good morning. My name is Kelly Salmons. I'm the Chief of Agency Operations for the County of San Diego's Health and Human Services, Housing and Community Development Services. I've been at Housing and Community Development for just about 20 years now, working through a variety of housing programs, homeless-related programs, as well as community development. At the county, we seek to we have an affordable housing strategy that seeks to address housing issues across the entire spectrum. So looking at everything from homelessness, which obviously we have to talk about having a supply of affordable housing, so building affordable housing, supportive housing for those of our residents who need that lifelong support or even temporary support to become housed. Making sure that we're making available resources for our vulnerable populations, whether it's resources to get them out of homelessness or out of substandard housing into healthy, viable housing units, and then ensuring that we're providing the services to help them maintain those services, maintain that housing through their lifespan. All the way over into the far spectrum of achieving stability and self-sufficiency for families, and whatever self-sufficiency may mean for each person that we work with. So in order to address this strategy, we provide funding for a variety of activities, starting with affordable housing development. Back in 2017, the Board of Supervisors authorized the development of the Innovative Housing Trust Fund, and to date, $50 million has been invested into that trust fund. We have 16 developments that have been approved over the last 2 years for funding. I know your slide there says 31 million. It's actually 41 million has been invested over the last 2 years. And the final NOFA for $9 million just recently closed, and we're reviewing proposals and are excited to see what sort of housing developments can come out of that final allocation of funds. The county has also started recently evaluating excess county property, so properties that the county Previously may have had businesses or sites on that no longer were meeting the needs, and looking at opportunities to make that land available to for or nonprofit developers for the construction of affordable and permanent supportive housing. Another exciting funding opportunity the county received a couple of years ago was to work with the state on the No Place Like Home program. This program provides funding for the development of affordable housing for persons who are experiencing homelessness who also have a serious mental illness. So it's been a great opportunity to partner with a lot of for-profit and nonprofit developers and service providers to ensure that really our most vulnerable residents across the entire region have a safe place to call home. This is unique because we're seeing a lot of for-profit developers partnering with nonprofit providers to provide the mandatory service components that go with permanent supportive housing. 3 developments to date have been funded, and we currently do have a notice for funding availability open. Information on that is on our website at www.sdhcd.org. And so along with affordable housing development, as I mentioned, we realize that the services to get people into housing and to maintain their housing are also critical components. We are administering what we call the CESH program, or California Emergency Solutions and Housing program. This is a state-funded program, and we administer it across the entire county, and providing rapid rehousing and flexible housing pool activities. We've partnered with the RTFH, a Regional Task Force on the Homeless, to create a flexible housing pool, as well as other nonprofit providers to provide rapid rehousing to help people exit homelessness into safe, decent, and sanitary housing. Additionally, we administer the Emergency Solutions Grant Program. This is funding directly from the Department of Housing and Urban Development and provides a variety of funding for a variety of homeless-related activities, from rapid rehousing, homeless shelter operations. We also fund some security deposit assistance, primarily through our nonprofit partners. As funds become available, typically on about a 2-year cycle, requests for proposals are made available to the public, to nonprofit providers exclusively to propose projects to help serve this population. Through the state of California, we also administer a state ESG, or Emergency Solutions Grant allocation. And again, these funding sources become available through a request for proposal on a 2-year basis and fund the same sorts of activities. So from homeless outreach to emergency shelters, rapid rehousing, homeless prevention activities. Another region-wide resource that we are administering is the HEAP program, or Housing Emergency Aid Program. The Regional Task Force on the Homeless is actually the recipient of these funds. However, through a competitive process, the county was allocated funding, and we again have partnered with nonprofit providers to implement a rapid rehousing and homeless prevention program, as well as our public defender with the county has a housing navigation program that they work with incarcerated persons to help them navigate out of the justice system into housing rather than back onto the street. On a local level, a couple of years ago, the Board of Supervisors allocated funding to 2 separate emergency shelter programs, one being an inclement weather program. We partner with a nonprofit to provide hotel or motel vouchers for persons experiencing homelessness during times of inclement weather. So during extreme heat or cold or rain events, vouchers are provided to persons who are living on the street during this time in order to ensure that their health and safety is in mind and secured during inclement weather. More recently, we began operating a bridge housing shelter program. We contract with nonprofit providers to provide a little bit longer term hotel motel stays that is paired with case management, housing navigation, resource and benefit identification, helping clients come from homelessness with the end goal of permanent housing on the back end of that program. In fiscal year 19-20, we had a $13.2 million budget to provide these services, and that was significantly increased recently through the Board of Supervisors to just over $15 million in the upcoming fiscal year in order to serve 350 persons and take them from homelessness all the way through that continuum to permanent supportive housing. Michelle spoke a little bit earlier about the Community Development Block Grant. We also at the county administer the Community Development Block Grant as well, and our Our process and red tape is very similar, so I won't go into all those requirements for insurance and all of your contracting requirements. It's very similar. And similar to, as Michelle spoke, the Housing and Urban Development through the CARES Act recently in response to COVID-19 released additional allocations to several of the grants that I've mentioned today to help us respond to COVID-19. The county received Community Development Block Grant, CARES money, Emergency Solutions, State Emergency Solutions, as well as additional COVID-related funds for the Housing Opportunity for Persons with AIDS program. We've just recently received these monies, and we're working diligently to provide recommendations to our board on how to best utilize these funds. They will become available through requests for proposals and/or notices of funding availability for our nonprofit providers to help us respond as quickly as possible to the needs of the community right now. Additionally, both Michelle and Leticia spoke about flexibilities. Some of these funds will be utilized to provide our current providers with flexibility as well as enhanced funding for extra costs that they've incurred during this crisis to ensure that they can best serve these vulnerable populations that they serve. Okay, so in closing, if you have any questions about the programs or funds that the county is administering, again, our website is www.sdhcd.org. And all of our funding opportunities are made available on our website, as well as the county's BuyNet system. If you go on to the county's Department of Purchasing and Contracting's website, you can sign up for BuyNet to ensure that as opportunities are available for our nonprofit providers, that you'll receive an email alert notifying you of that opportunity.
That concludes our presentation. So we'll be looking for any questions that may have come through the chat at this time. So the first one is for the fiscal year 21. Will the commission still honor funds if the awarded event needs to be moved from in-person to online due to the current situation? I'm thinking that would be Arts and Culture Commission.
Yeah. So for FY21 applicants that are applying for OSP funds, because that is general operating support. We understand that a lot of that programming may be shifted temporarily to online and virtual platforms. And then when we are given the clear as a society to open up our facilities again, they will be going back to in person. That is for OSP funds. For CCSD funds, we are currently limiting funded CCSD projects and programs to have some kind of in-person component. And the reason behind this is because CCSD funds are meant to activate neighborhoods and communities. So there should be a component of the CCSD project, while maybe not 100% exactly as it was proposed pre-COVID. There should still be a component that is activating actual communities and engaging specific audiences beyond the virtual platform.
Any other questions that we have? Read that one out loud too. How is CCSD scope adapted to fund community festivals and events in the time of continuing social distancing?
So similar to the previous question, a lot of the CCSD applicants that we have right now are choosing to shift the original planned date of their event to further in the year when social gathering restrictions may be a little bit more lax. Which would allow them a little bit more flexibility. We understand that social gatherings will be allowed in intervals. So this may mean minimizing your initial intended audience from 1,000 people to 100 people, or expanding the size of your site from a smaller space, which would allow for only, standing room only, to a larger space that will allow us to observe social gatherings 6-foot distances, while at the same time still serving your intended audience and still contributing to that neighborhood as may have been your original intention in your proposed scope.
Regarding the expanded CDBG funds, is the RFQ process expected to reopen, or will it only be open to existing fiscal year 21 approved organizations? That's a great question. We're currently working through that with the City of San Diego's process. The advantage of opening it to existing approved organizations is that we don't have to go through that pre-qualification process. That being said, many of those pre-approved organizations weren't necessarily looking at programs that I should be looking over here, we're really looking at programs that were to address the COVID-19 emergency. And so that's one of the things that we're evaluating right now, and we are working to quickly reach a decision on that, because we want to make sure that we are reaching out to all organizations that might have programs that we would be helpful in addressing this emergency and pandemic. So that's the City of San Diego's response. Maybe Kelly could respond with the county.
Very similar response to Michelle. We're all working diligently. These funds were quite a surprise and came pretty quickly. So we're working very closely with, like Michelle said, with existing providers, as well as opportunities to work with new providers. As these funds do have to be used in relation to respond to or prepare to COVID events. And so, as Michelle said, many of our contracts and prior projects didn't have that in mind and wouldn't serve that need. So we're working very diligently to finalize a plan and hope we can get those funds out there as quickly as possible. We understand they're needed in the community, and that's our end goal.
We have a thank you. Are those all the questions that we have? Well, I have a question, and we have a little bit more time, so I can ask the question of our panel. What do you think a year from now is going to look like with your programs? I can kind of start with at least the economic development programs that we have funded through transient occupancy tax and small business enhancement programs that are funded with our business tax certificates. Obviously, I think, Leticia, you mentioned the funding is going to be cut in half for fiscal year 21. So as hotel rooms are not occupied as much as they used to be, we are going to see a decline in those funding resources. So I think we are looking at exploring how we can best invest the limited funds that we have to make the greatest impact in our communities. So I was just kind of, we're aware that that's happening, and we're looking at how to best invest our funds. With regard to CDBG funds and some of the federal programs, it's almost the opposite, where we are receiving an influx of CARES Act funds. And so our challenge over the next year is how do we invest those quickly, because we know the need is great and we know the need is urgent. And so if you have even recommendations or thoughts on that, please reach out to me, and my email is in the presentation, and I would love to hear some of your thoughts and suggestions. Did anyone else want to?
I think at the county, we're looking at some great opportunities over the next year with our federal funding sources, CDBG and ESG, and housing opportunities for persons with AIDS. The federal government has given us a lot of new flexibilities that we didn't have in the past, primarily surrounding taking away some of the limitations on how we spend the money in public service areas, in emergency sheltering with emergency solutions grants. So really appreciating that opportunity to use those funds in ways that we potentially couldn't have used in the past to make a bigger impact quicker on the community. So we're looking forward to that while we all still learn to work in this new normal of staffing being at home, and a lot of our providers and contractors, acknowledging that the work that they do, especially those who are working out in the community, has certainly changed, and looking forward to providing them the support and guidance that we can, and additional funding. It's always great to we're used to, as government, not having a lot of funding or having funding restrictions when it comes to our federal budgets. So having that extra funding to say, hey, yeah, we can help you. We can take that extra step and get a little more flexibilities out there to providers to do what it is that they're out there to do, and that's to serve the public.
And I would just add that as our kind of TOT funding is reduced, and as a result of that, our funding for our funded programs get reduced, it is really an opportunity for us to step up and find ways to support the changing needs of our arts and culture organizations. If before our focus was on funding, and now organizations are pivoting because it isn't just a loss of revenue, it really is an entire shift in our culture and the way that we conduct business and the way that we engage with the public. And so it is a huge learning opportunity for us as staff to figure out how we can accommodate that and how we can kind of continue to transform ourselves and our guidelines and our funding opportunities to really meet the needs, the changing needs of our arts organizations and our public.
Do we have any other questions that have come in? Well, I have another one. What are some of the reporting requirements for the funds that you grant out for community development block grants and even for our economic development grants, but particularly CDBG? There's a reporting requirement, so when funds are received by a nonprofit organization, we do request monthly reports on the activities that have been engaged during that month. And then we also have demographic information for many of our for our programs that have direct beneficiaries. So we are looking for, the clients that you've served. We're looking for their income level because, again, we are required to demonstrate that we're meeting the need of a low and moderate income community or beneficiary. And then we also do collect demographic information, race, ethnicity, gender, and household size, so that we report that to the federal government as well. And then, Leticia, as you mentioned, our funds are reimbursement based. And so with that also comes a monthly request for reimbursement. So it is administratively something that your nonprofit organization is going to need to be ready to address. It is definitely a challenge for smaller organizations to come up with those types of reports on a monthly basis. So just again, as Kelly mentioned, as we're all working from home, as we are all getting back into the groove of going into the office, many of our agencies don't have the ability to print or don't have the ability to scan something in. So that's one of the things that we're looking at as well over the next year, is how do we help not only small businesses but our nonprofit organizations be more resilient in times of challenge like this, and maybe how do we partner some of our existing programs. Let's say, for example, provide training and internships to opportunity youth to code and do web design, and perhaps partner those youth with some of our nonprofit organizations that we're assisting to help them design a web page so that they might be better positioned in the future to perhaps do retail online. So those are just some of the thoughts that we're chewing on. So if there are other suggestions, again, we're willing to hear them. I'd be curious too, I don't want to talk too long, but if there are organizations watching right now that have received funds from either of our organizations in the past, maybe send in a comment about what was your greatest challenge or what was a lesson learned that you'd like to share with the group. And while we wait for those to come in, maybe Leticia and Kelly could highlight some of their thoughts on that.
Well, I can add, we just released our FY20 final report, and you're an arts administrator when you get really excited about gathering data that comes in from that. But one of the big elements that went out with our final report this year was a survey to collect demographic data as far as geography of where services are happening that are being put out by our arts and culture funded organizations. So all of this survey data feeds into a map that we launched earlier this year, in March of this year. And basically you can find it through our website, but it'll show you the entire city of San Diego, and it's a heat map, so it shows you where the arts and culture programming and arts education programming are happening in the city. So while OSP organizations, for example, may be headquartered in certain locations, you see just how far their outreach and how far their services are expanding into all of our council districts and into all of our neighborhoods. So this is definitely something to be proud of, but it also allows us to see what neighborhoods could use a little bit more programming, and this is really where the final reporting and the information that we're able to pull from our current contractors helps guide future funding opportunities. One of the other things that we're collecting in FY20 is we asked our current FY20 contractors to identify 3 areas of technical assistance or capacity building or professional development that they could use in these times. So once we gather that information, that'll definitely help shape what kind of opportunities we gather beyond just funding, right? How do we support our arts community? How do we do capacity building? What are some of the areas, marketing or development, or how do you tell your story, or a lot of the things that we're already learning through Nonprofit Academy. Really focused on arts and culture, smaller, bigger nonprofits, and kind of really getting at how do we strengthen and grow our organizations in a sustainable manner.
So as Michelle had mentioned earlier, a lot of the funds that we administer are similar on federal or state levels, and so the reporting requirements can be daunting. I think something we found success in is that we do contractor orientations for all of our new providers, or even existing providers as they sign new contracts, and we found the organizations who involve more people in that process have a better success rate in meeting their reporting requirements. Contracts and agreements outline the reporting requirements, and those can be daunting. So bringing in the person or people who are going to be responsible for the reporting requirements is really a critical part of that orientation. The data we report it's great to develop a better understanding. It's great to see how far the benefits spread across the country, but when you get down to nuts and bolts, our funding is dependent on us meeting those reporting requirements with the federal or state government. So it really is imperative that as partners, we all understand the reporting requirements up front. We've certainly seen nonprofits who maybe didn't understand them up front, and trying to then gather that demographic, that income, that service data, especially services that maybe are provided for a short term, is very, very difficult at the end of a contract term. And so really just ensuring that you understand and ask questions, and I'm sure the city is the same. We'd be more than happy to get on the phone and answer questions regarding reporting. It makes everyone's lives better if we figure it out and have those conversations in the beginning.
Did we have anything come in? Oh, looks like we might have one.
We got one more.
Okay.
What funding is available in the short term for a rapid response program? We provide therapeutic art programs addressing the effects of social isolation. Okay.
As far as the Commission for Arts and Culture goes, our funding for FY21 was allocated to OSP and CCSD per the mayor's proposed budget. And we're currently trying to find other ways to support and other resources to possibly provide some kind of support outside of that. But I would say for FY21, that funding has been allocated, and for FY22, again, our guidelines will be released in October. Therapeutic art programs are a wonderful intersection between health and art, and should be funded, and that is definitely something that we would love to help support.
And with regard to the CDBG funds, that could be that would be eligible under an upcoming NOFA, Notice of Funding Availability, for our CARES Act funds that are available immediately. We are developing that NOFA right now in the guidelines. Because it's CDBG, or Community Development Block Grant funds, that therapeutic art program would be limited to low and moderate income clientele, or at least 51% of your clients would need to be low and moderate income. So that's something that our team provides technical assistance for proposals. And if that's something you'd like to explore once that Notice of Funding Availability is released, again, please feel free to reach out to us, and we'd be happy to discuss that with you.
I did want to add something that I didn't add during my presentation, but both of you just recently mentioned it, this idea of orientations and technical assistance. We provide a ton of technical assistance throughout the year. We do about 4 to 5 different technical assistance workshops for the RFQ phase, and another 3 or 4 for the RFP phase. These happen throughout all of our council districts in San Diego. We have a ton of technical assistance online on our website, and we also offer one-on-one office hours during all of our phases. So the next phase will be contracting phase, and what you said, Kelly, was very important about kind of disclosing all of that information and all of the requirements up front, so organizations are fully aware of the commitment that they're making when signing on to contract with the city and the county. And these are some of the things that we'll be discussing during technical assistance for contracting, and everyone is welcome. So even if you don't have a contract with the City Commission for Arts and Culture for FY21, but you'd like to come in and sit in so that you're mentally prepared for FY22, these are open to the public, and everyone is encouraged to attend, because nothing helps more than kind of pre-planning, you know, your road to development and applying for funding. So if you have any questions on that, also reach out to us.
And I'm glad you mentioned that, because if there are any nonprofits watching right now that are receiving fiscal year 21 CDBG funds from the City of San Diego, you should be receiving an email today or tomorrow that announces our contract execution workshop. It will be virtual this year, and so please keep an eye out for that. If you don't receive that email today or tomorrow, please feel free to reach out to me and I'll provide you the details. But we are moving forward with our fiscal year 21 contracts, understanding that there is a little delay in that process because of our current work situation. And then again, we do offer technical assistance through every stage as well. So I think we're going to wrap up a little bit early. Thank you very much for your attention and your patience with us as we work through being on camera for my first time, probably.
Yes.
And we appreciate it very much. Again, if you have any questions, feel free to send them to us directly or reach out through the chat option through the Nonprofit Academy itself. Again, my general email is not listed on this slide, but it is cdbg@sandiego.gov. And that will get you an immediate response. Our entire team has access to that. If you email me directly, I might have a little bit of a delay in responses there. And then maybe we all want to repeat our general emails just for fun.
Sure. We are at arts@sandiego.gov.
And you can email me directly at kelly.solmons@sdcounty.ca.gov.
And thank you very much for your time.
Oh wait, hold on. I have to hold the phone up to my face. I've muted the phone and then I'm talking through the microphone into the computer. Okay. All right, I'll be right back. Thanks. Hi, good afternoon. So, this financial leadership, new tools and mindsets for uncertain times, which is certainly what we are living in right now. Thank you so much to USD for putting the Nonprofit Academy together and really always being so committed to this vital part of our community. Now more than ever, we need to have tools that help us to move forward in these wild times. So a little bit about me. I am co-founder and director of community engagement at Mission Driven Finance. Back up, my name is Lauren Gratton. I am on the board of Business for Good San Diego, which is a small business association for business owners that support policies that are good for workers, family, community, and environment. I do a bunch of other things. And what's really most important to me is building and reimagining new systems that work better for everyone and using business as a force for good to see how we can make the worlds of nonprofit and for-profit business closer aligned. So today I'll be talking to you about what's changed in this world and how to cultivate a framework of financial leadership. As we know, we have passed through normal times. We're no longer normal, and we might not ever have normal again. Things have changed rapidly. The next slide, please. Great. So what has changed? I don't think it's a shock to anybody that we have seen physical distancing as we take public health measures into very strong consideration, but that has led to also unemployment, which then trigger government programs, and then of course, most recently, this reawakening to racism and having this renewed urgency and awareness. Next slide. What this means though for nonprofits, this means that as we're moving forward, these have effects on our businesses, on the way that we deliver our work. We have more remote services, we have changes to childcare, the remote work. I think everybody, I saw data from USD and from Catch a Fire that more than 70% of fundraising events had been canceled. So we're seeing a lot of changes to the nonprofit business model. We also see with unemployment that there's decreased consumer spending power, even though there are more and more services that are needed for direct support. But donor capacity is changing. Donor demands are changing. Government programs, obviously, most people have figured out that the SBA offered EIDL, Economic Injury Disaster Loans, as well as Paycheck Protection Program. There's also changes to government municipal budgets, to grants and contract programs. So we're seeing those kinds of changes. And then with the increase in anti-racism awareness and urgency, there's a mandate that programs actually promote justice and systemic conditions that increase transparency of how you actually deliver support to your community and to communities that particularly need more support that have been overlooked and underestimated for far too long. So these yellow boxes that then have shown up on here really are then what the financial effects are to change the landscape that we're operating in. We're seeing trends of increased online and distanced giving as people aren't giving in person anymore. You're not having coffee with your major donors. You're not having your gala. You're not having your golf tournament. So having a really strong online giving program and online engagement that helps to tell stories well. Coming around clockwise, those grants for COVID and or racial equity, these are really needing to step up our game as nonprofit fundraisers and financial leaders to be able to see how the connection between your programmatic work is then really coming through in the marketing and communications that drive the online and distance giving. We're also seeing bank credit tightening. I think this is the most painful for everyone, but as there are increased SBA programs and they're seeing these changes to the revenue streams for nonprofits with those decreased fundraising events and decreased ability of constituents to pay for services, that they're not really trusting that nonprofit organizations who provide such critical support for our communities are actually capable of paying for a loan. That's true for small businesses as well. Banks are generally just tightening down what kinds of loans they're making at this time. With the bank credit tightening, as well as this increased transparency around the programmatic effects of the work, we're seeing then also this slower but still important movement of private market innovation in impact finance. So being able to have foundations, high net worth individuals, private institutions like mine, Mission Driven Finance, that are working on using finance as a tool for change and being able to close gaps that are widening in this community. Great. I'm going to go to the next slide. And I'll note as a belated little bit of housekeeping that I'm happy to answer questions throughout this time. So as we go through the slides, we can also talk, answer specific questions about what we're seeing in the marketplace. And if we get to have time, that we can also have specific scenarios that folks are going through. But I offer this quote from an article from the Nonprofit Quarterly from Jean Bell, who talks about the distinction between financial management and financial leadership. Financial management is what we are generally used to, just producing data, making sure that the budget is happening, maybe going through your audit. But financial leadership is really leading your organization from a perspective of finance. My partner, who I co-founded Mission Driven Finance with, loves to jump into volunteer roles with nonprofits, first by joining their finance committee. Because in his opinion, when you're on the finance committee, you understand everything that's happening within the organization and you understand what's possible. And financial leadership is the type of thinking that, not unlike the exercise we just did, you think 3 steps ahead of how the landscape might be shifting and what that might mean for your role within a changing landscape. How does the change in the fundraising event landscape affect your ability to get a bank loan? What might you want to increase in your programs of having fee-for-service revenue or having contract revenue from governments? And what would need to be possible, or what would need to be true for you to move forward in getting those new revenue lines or increasing those revenue lines? So financial leadership is really this mindset of thinking about what is possible, or what could be possible if we look at our finances in a forward-looking fashion, instead of just making sure that we've put things in appropriately with the chart of accounts. Next slide. Great. So I think this is really what everybody wants right now. We want to know what changed in the capital landscape. Where can I get money? Because I don't know which way is up right now. What's been changing has been this focus of this pivot from traditional grant making in many ways to emergency and relief grants. There's been, obviously here in San Diego, the San Diego Foundation has been aggregating capital from many different parties. I think last I checked was over 14 million that they had raised for the COVID-19 Community Response Fund. So really to make sure that the nonprofits serving our county could have the resources that they needed, given that government contracts are being delayed, given that CDBG is moving around, that we could still offer support for those increased demands for direct service. We're also seeing, as we start to reopen, fingers crossed, start to reopen safely, that other organizations are thinking about how they can use their capital to accelerate the safe reopening and the recovery of our economy. So the San Diego Workforce Partnership, also with some support from the San Diego Foundation, and an organization called RAISE, part of One Fair Wage. They've been working on these things called high road kitchens, of being able to take some philanthropic capital, some federal grant dollars, and be able to get hard to employ populations back to work, and using this in a restaurant setting where they can also be providing meals to frontline workers. So it's a win-win-win, but if you can figure out where these different pools of capital are, then you can also see how these rebuilding grants make sense. Of course, no conversation about the COVID-19 capital landscape is complete without talking about the Paycheck Protection Program and programs that came from the SBA and CARES Act. So this is really, the goals for this are to avoid layoffs, which now 3 months in, we've pretty much had those conversations, but also to pivot or repurpose your capacity. So these forgivable loans are pretty nice, gotta say. They are really flexible, friendly terms because of the imperative to get the economy moving again or keep it from completely cratering. So that's, you know, a little bit farther along. That's obviously capital that needs to be repaid for, in some ways, PPP, the amount that's being forgivable is shifting. But then we move into bridge loans, which are really to, as the government is strapped with being able to run a bunch of different programs, there are delays in grant and contracts. There's delays in payments, and colleagues of mine that have gotten FEMA contracts after disasters in the past had a contract awarded and were asked to start working on and fulfilling that contract, but know that they would not be paid for their work for another 18 months. So being able to have bridge loans helps for organizations that are providing key services or key goods to be able to actually fulfill those contracts and then get paid by the end beneficiary and the end providers. So there are some organizations that are starting to provide bridge loans really for that help in reopening again. And then working capital, project loans, lines of credit, those are typical products that you get from your bank. And while we are seeing bank credit tightening, those are still the best sources of capital for that. Community development finance institutions and banks are the friendliest in being able to get that money. So I put these little these arrows, or they're like a crescendo and decrescendo, but these little lines on the bottom to see that grants obviously are the tool that best serve you in being able to reopen. This is free money. From an investor's perspective, it's 100% financial loss. For you, it's 100% financial gain. And that ability to have capital is the most critical for when you're in an emergency situation. But as we move into reopening and rebuilding, we're going to be getting into seeing more and more capital providers that are seeking a return, usually a modest return, but some return financially on their capital as well. Our friends at the Nonprofit Finance Fund always maintain that using debt strategically can be a really powerful financial tool, and we believe that too. These can help to bridge to delayed revenue, like that example with a FEMA contract, or even pre-COVID, about a third of the loans that Mission Driven Finance has made were bridging to government supports, whether that was tuition payments for schools, for one Somali Family Service, bridging to them getting paid from CDBG through the city. So being able to make this work is always a good thing to explore, but particularly during this time when who has the most purchasing power is the government, being able to look at bridge loans as a way to tap into that source of revenue. So it is a riskier proposition to take on debt to plug a hole in your business or in your nonprofit particularly. If you've got a long-standing budget gap, there's something that is keeping you from making your payments on a regular basis, or you run the population that you serve cannot afford to pay what it costs for you to run the programs. Taking on debt can still be effective, but you want to be clear and have really strong conversations with your board about how you, what the source of repayment funds will be, how confident you are in being able to access them, and then how likely you are to actually secure those funds. Debt is in many ways a scary word, certainly personal debt, and how many of us have student debt. We don't always want to take that on for our organizations, but like I mentioned, there are some key cases when taking on new kinds of capital make a lot of sense. So a few tips and newer tools, moving on to the next slide, and then also the next. So you don't have just one source of capital, just like you don't have just one donor that makes your work possible, or I really hope you don't. From my background as a decade as a nonprofit fundraiser, I would be deeply uncomfortable if I had only one donor that was making my work possible. So you have a bunch of diversified donor base. You've got your grant strategy. Hopefully you have your major giving or some kind of online giving and direct individual engagement. Maybe you've got, in the past, events, corporate sponsorships, other types of revenue. The same is true for thinking about these new financial tools, that you can blend multiple sources and uses. This is a common term from construction financing, but for nonprofits that are thinking about what it's going to take to move forward, it might as well be building a new building. Thinking about how you can pair up some pieces of capital, some donors that want to come in and support your work, but they're feeling cash strapped themselves. Maybe they're only going to be able to provide a little bit, but you might be able to leverage that to unlock other resources. I had a client that was telling me that they had a very positive conversation with a large healthcare foundation, and that this is wonderful in and of itself, but also as a signal to potential outside funders, to potential investors that are seeking a financial return, that they've got the balance sheet capability to actually grow. So seeing some of that ability to raise grant money helps to also raise investment money. Hopefully we don't have too much of the spiral the other way, where then we'll have a widening gap between the super small nonprofits and the large established ones. But even being able to say how many donors have supported, even if that's at a $5 level, that's a demonstrated demand from the community, and it's a demonstrated way that you can say, we mean business, we're here to stay. So blend different sources and uses together. This is what we do as an investment firm, but there are all sorts of ways that you can do this with your nonprofit budget too. So next slide. I mentioned that very briefly that I run an impact investment firm. So what is that? What does this mean? What does this do for us in a changing environment? This is a quote from Kara Ballister. Her husband, Andy, is a co-founder of GoFundMe, but she and Andy have invested with us. And she says that, as consumers, we talk about voting with our dollars. Why wouldn't I do the same thing with our foundation investments? Why wouldn't I put my money to work building the world that I believe in? So we're starting to see an increased appetite, particularly with women and younger individuals as they come into wealth, that they want their money to be doing something good. This has been accelerating 10x through COVID, and certainly through this reawakening to systemic racism, that people realize there's no better time than now to make a change because this system is not working for us. So we're seeing more and more investors, individuals and institutions, that want to make a difference with their money. The next slide. So this is a definition from the Global Impact Investment Network of what is an impact investment. It's really just about any kind of financial vehicle It can be made into a company, an organization, or a fund with the intention of generating both measurable social or environmental impact and also financial return. What does that mean? This means that for the companies, organizations, funds that are raising impact investment dollars, that this is a way for you to not replace grants and donations, but to accelerate work. This can impact-based financing, impact investments into a nonprofit, can accelerate projects, they can help you focus on sustainable practices, and they can help leverage more capital. One quick example of this is that we provided early stage bridge financing support to Access Youth Academy so that they could pay for architects and permitting and all sorts of stuff that goes into construction, which then unlocked new market tax credit financing for them to move into their own dedicated building. They're starting construction. Not sure how that's changed with economic closures, but they are going to be starting construction in Southeast and bringing an academic enrichment center to near Euclid and Market. So we provided $400,000 of financing partnership. We also had Alliance Healthcare Foundation and the San Diego Foundation, and then that unlocked $12 million in tax credits and construction financing. So it can be this point of accelerating or leveraging more dollars. This next slide is great, thank you. I like this definition of impact investing a lot better because mainstream investing is just moving money based on the future you predict, and impact investing is moving money based on the future you want, moving money with intention, really choosing to build a world that works better for everyone, or build a world that does not have environmental justice concerns, that we don't have to worry about the problems that keep us up at night. Impact investing is a way that we can use all of the financial tools in our tool belt, not only grants, but other strategies as well to really intentionally move the needle. So with that, we have, I work on both sides. I work with investors and with borrowers and community partners. So I do coaching both directions and help several organizations, several foundations and individuals and families to think about what their strategy is and what the future that they want to create is. And so with that, every investor has a strategy. Some of them are not fully baked yet. So just give them a little time or a little nudge. But every investor has a strategy that combines impact and financial returns including risk, their security, the timeline, and the rate of return. So being able to understand what the different preferences of a bunch of different investors are allows you to see how you fit into this. I liken it to how when you are raising money for an event, your approach to a credit union that does a lot of marketing and has a big spend and wants to see their logo everywhere is very different than if you're going after somebody that's going to contribute to the live auction. So you have very different approaches, and it's just figuring out what makes that person tick or what makes that organization tick. What's in it for them that you can offer. My friend Lehman always talks about how everybody's dialed into one radio station, WIIFM, of what's in it for me. So if you can understand what the motivations are for the financial entities that you're dealing with, whether those are individuals or organizations, then you can really respond to and show how you're adding value to the vision that they want to make in the world. So next slide, I'm going to talk about two quick programs. This one is a program that Mission Driven Finance has been working on with the San Diego Foundation, with Accion, with the County Board of Supervisors, with California Southern, a lot of folks, to say we need another tool in our tool belt to be able to support the nonprofit community that's such a vital part of San Diego, and also to support small businesses who didn't get necessarily the kind of support that was intended by some of the programs that came out. So for the San Diego Foundation, they said, this is another tool that we can have. We've got a grant program, and that's fantastic, but we also have this money that has been earmarked for loans to nonprofits. Can we activate that and use this now? How do we get this into the hands of organizations? How do we not trip over the same challenges that plagued some of the other programs that came out? And how can we best serve the nonprofit community with the resources that they need to safely reopen? So the applications just went live earlier this week. So you can go to san diego sbnlp.org to apply for a loan. Unlike just about everything else that's come out lately, we are not doing this on a first come, first served basis, because then the folks that get in line first are the ones that are most advanced and have staff capacity and have those things. So this is going to be open until July 7th. You can apply. There's going to be, we'll review and assess all of the applications at that point. But so you don't need to rush, stay up tonight, getting in an application. We don't need you to lose any more sleep than you already have through the series of crises known as this year. So this nonprofit loan pool is providing loans of $50,000 to $300,000. As you can see, maximum term length is only 2.5 years. This is not the same as EIDL that has a 30-year term on it. So we recommend to nonprofits that you don't take on more than 30% of your annual revenue in debt. So if the minimum size is $500,000 revenue to be able to apply, then 30% of annual revenue means that you shouldn't take on more than $150,000 of total debt in this program. With a 30-month term, if we assume 0%, there's going to be a little bit of fluctuation in terms of the interest rate. But if we assume 0% and the longest term length, that means that there's a minimum $5,000 a month payment. So this is not meant for everybody. This is not meant to be the same thing as having a grant. This is meant to be supporting the safe reopening of your organization if you have future revenue that's coming in. So we talked to a great community-based organization last night and said, hey, nobody in my community is going to qualify for this. We really need a grant. Like, you do, you really need a grant. If you can't safely pay this kind of money, you shouldn't take on a loan. And that's part of why mission-driven finance is here, is to help demystify it and make sure that you don't take on any kind of debt that is going to put your business or your nonprofit organization in a bad position. We are burdened enough. You do not need the extra burden of debt that you're worrying about how you're going to figure out how to pay for it. So the eligibility, you just got to be in San Diego County or serving San Diego County residents for the last 1.5 years. There's a bunch of questions that have been answered on our website. And also on Friday, we'll be having an interactive information session. So you can sign up to participate in that webinar on the website below. And thank you, Laura, for the comment. Laura Dietrich knows that we've been doing hard at work on this. So we're excited to be able to add to this tool belt of solutions for the nonprofit community and get this money moving. So we're anticipating that first loans are going to go out in early July, fingers crossed, but we'll keep you posted. Before we move on from this, I do want to note that we really are prioritizing organizations that are addressing COVID-19, their physical and mental health effects, as well as the economic effects, and particularly those that are serving communities disproportionately affected by the pandemic. We know that this has not been having an equal effect on communities all over the place. South Bay is having a much different response to COVID than Mission Hills, right? So we want to be able to see how and certainly the San Diego Foundation and Alliance Healthcare Foundation, who've provided the initial funding for this, want to see that we're really moving the needle. for them, as they think about impact investing, moving money based on the future they want to be moving our community to be more equitable, and for the health effects, the economic effects, to be ameliorated through this fund. Great. So briefly, the next slide is for what mission-driven finance provides for nonprofits. We are a private impact investment firm. I mentioned before that my background was as a decade as a nonprofit fundraiser. My partner, David Lynn, has been, I don't know, he's done a lot of things, but he came from data and reporting. He worked with some high net worth families, managing traditional investment management for them, as well as then got involved with the philanthropic community. So we started mission-driven finance to address this growing interest in impact investing. We had a lot of foundations that were coming to us saying, what is this impact investing thing? How can I do it? And a lot of organizations coming to us saying, hey, we've got this really cool project. We've got this great plan, but I don't have enough capital to make it happen. Can you help me think about that financial leadership aspect? What other pools of capital could we draw on for us to make this possible? And so really through those early conversations, we realized, look, we need to have a high-functioning intermediary here in San Diego that can help organizations to better connect capital and community. So what we started with, what I call our House Blend Fund, is Advance. And this is a fund that provides loans to advance inclusive economic opportunity in San Diego. Has to be a minimum of 80% of the portfolio in San Diego. So we do a little bit outside of the county. We lend in this specific gap where we realized that nonprofits were having a hard time, and small businesses having a hard time getting access to capital above microfinance or above what a board member specifically would make a loan for, but below what a bank would do. And so really trying to close this gap and make it possible for great organizations to have the capital they need to succeed. So all of these terms existed pre-COVID. Our sources of capital require that we have a little bit higher of an interest rate, back to our prior chart with a bunch of different types of the capital landscape. We're on the far right in that diagram of we need to have an interest rate that is still a lot cheaper than financing your business on a credit card, but is certainly above what the SBA federal government money is. So that's really briefly about the terms of the structure. And we really are trying to help as many organizations as possible. And our approach is just a little bit different in that we have a conversation. We have a conversation and get to know what your hopes and dreams are, what your plans are, and see how finance can help accelerate those plans. We have custom technical assistance. We'll help you. We don't just underwrite and, like I had in the past, I won't ever name names, but would write a grant application and get a rejection notice and not ever know where things went wrong or where things were not aligned. We'll be extremely transparent throughout and say, here are opportunities to improve your organization. Any organization, any lender that looks at your materials is going to have some questions around these pieces. And here are some resources that we recommend, or here's a particular organization or workshop that you should go to be able to help close that gap. And likewise, if we're not the right financial institution, to the best of our ability, we will make referrals, warm handoffs, not just go check these people out, but if an actual introduction to other people that we know will take good care of you. So if you have any questions about other capital beyond what you need immediately to reopen, mission-driven finance is here to help you think about those strategies. So we do that. We do some other larger investment strategies as well, but you can find out more at the website that's listed here. Finally, I just wanted to leave us with a couple of resources on the next slide. These are, there we go. So you can see the website for the San Diego County COVID-19 Small Business and Nonprofit Loan Program. It's a mouthful, but you can find out more information about SBNLP at that website. I'll also put in my own personal plug for Fortify from USD, School of Leadership and Education Sciences, and Fieldstone Leadership Network. They've done a phenomenal job of putting some programming together at either a membership rate or low cost, and really, really good programs. Bob Beatty has done a phenomenal financial scenario planning session, and I highly recommend that if you're wondering, when's the right time to reopen? How should I be doing things safely? How can I be starting to get more revenue coming in the door? That Bob session is one that you check out. Nonprofit Quarterly and their overview of financial leadership has some other great resources to continue your journey and thinking, really adopting like a culture of philanthropy, but a culture of financial understanding where we're not just talking about the programs, we're also talking about what's really needed to make that happen. That NPQ's Financial Leadership Series is fantastic for that. And lastly, or not lastly, sorry, Acumen Academy, formerly Plus Acumen, from the large international impact investment firm Acumen. They make social enterprise resources available, again, at low or no cost. They have phenomenal courses. I've taken 3, but they have one on financial modeling for social organizations. So you can see some other hands-on supports. And then last of these ones is the Nonprofit Finance Fund. They are a community development finance institution that lends only to nonprofit organizations. So they really understand the nuances of what a nonprofit business model is like. They have great tools that they put together. I love them so much. I think everybody should take a look at them. But on NFF's website, check out their COVID-19 tools and resources. They have videos that go along with each of the tools so that you can actually understand what they look like in practice instead of just having a blank template. Great. So with that, the last slide is just mission-driven finance and our call to you to consider about how you want to create a new world. At our organization, we believe that we all do better when we all do better, that we need to better connect communities and capital. Everybody, particularly poignant now, we see how important it is to have strong and equitable employment practices so that we can weather crises together and that we are stronger together. So thank you for your time and feel free to send me any questions. Oh, wonderful point from Wilda from my team, who's the best, that you can reach out to Mission Driven Finance at borrow@missiondrivenfinance.com. We are always happy to take your inquiries, to talk you through different scenarios, particularly during this really, truly wild time. Having somebody that will listen, we are willing to be that for you. We're willing to be that for you, even not during wild times. I think I talked a lot faster than anticipated. Okay, are new relief grants available? This is a great question from Bayside Community Center. There are some new relief grant programs that are coming up. The San Diego Grant Makers is helping the city of San Diego to deploy their capital. City of San Diego, of course, also the headline sponsor of today's Nonprofit Academy. There are also some new additions to the San Diego Foundation's COVID-19 Community Response Fund. And as we work closely with the San Diego Foundation, we're also mindful that not everybody makes sense for a loan. And so if you don't have a loan, you really need a grant, that we're trying as much as possible to coordinate between our organizations and make sure that the right-sized capital is being connected for you. As far as new relief grant programs, at this point, it feels a lot like folks are waiting for the federal government to make their next recommendation. Some foundations, again, keeping them anonymous, have said, yeah, we're not really the best at pivoting. Our boards only meet every 6 months. So they have yet to figure out their COVID response strategies or if they will have them. Many are returning a bit to their normal grant making. So those that had strong relationships with in the past, it's worth having a conversation with them and expressing how critical it is at this time to be able to support your work, having some data around your program numbers, having some data around your employees, and getting them back to work, and your plans for safe reopening are going to be really good fodder for conversations with your funders. It's a tough time to be thinking about finding new funders that will support your work, but it's certainly not out of the realm of possibility. You know, from my life as a development director, it feels like kissing a lot of frogs. But there are, I would say, if you have not already gotten into the San Diego Foundation's Community Response Fund, it's very prominent on the San Diego Foundation website, I would start there. A few other resources are available as well on our website at missiondrivenfinance.com. In the banner, there are resources about COVID, and you can see and sort down to resources specific for nonprofits. Of course, USD is also incredible at supporting the nonprofit community. If you go to the Nonprofit Institute webpage, they also have additional resources. They, of course, have the most research. Thank you all for filling out your surveys when you get those from Laura and her team. But they also have, and Fieldstone and the Fortify program have more of the resources specifically for nonprofits. Oof. So many nonprofits lost fee-for-service sources. Are there other financial models to do well during the pandemic? You know, I did a lot of counseling for small businesses, sole proprietors and other small businesses, but moving to online delivery, trying to have other ways of delivering your model. Kid Ventures started having daily preschool by YouTube channel. So having educational enrichment, and they had a much reduced fee. So they didn't have all of the revenue that they would have had if students were coming to their classroom on a daily basis. But they were able to provide some of that and have the loss not be a full loss. Other structures, I think that now is a great time to take advantage of a little bit of quiet to figure out what should we be like going forward. How much reliance on government support makes sense? Or are there new contracts, we know a few organizations that have grown more during this time than any other time. You know, food banks have done a lot of work lately. So being able to see where those financial wins are moving, see where are things that are likely. We did an exercise with our team. We brought on 5 new community finance fellows, individuals from overlooked and underestimated communities, to be part of our team for a year. They started March 23rd, a real weird time to start a new job for a year. But we did an exercise with them of thinking about who has money to spend right now. We've got the federal government, we've got CARES Act money flowing through municipal governments. There's a really interesting diagram of how CARES money is flowing through states and then into municipalities and directly to individuals and households. But there are new programs. Just today or yesterday, City Council of San Diego approved 12 million-ish for small businesses in the city. So I did not see yet if nonprofits are included in that, but being able to see some other strategies. Who else is paying for things besides fee for service? There is, or sorry, not besides fee for service, but besides government, there's hospitals and healthcare systems also have capital available. So tapping into any way that you can provide support, provide services to those industries that actually have revenue or have cash on hand is a great way to think about how you might pivot best. In terms of other financial models, pay for success is a somewhat complicated way of thinking about things, but outcomes-based financing now with quiet time, mostly, could be a good time to explore how you can think about different structures for growing your work going forward. Or if you have realized during shelter in place that you don't need to have as many staff as you did before, it's a heartbreaking conversation to have staff reductions on an ongoing basis. But you can think about what kind of true assets and liabilities you have for the new world of work. Having more telehealth and behavioral health that's distanced, you can potentially change how you are staffing your organization and have some operational efficiencies that allow you to be nimble moving forward. Great question, Tom. Hi, Alex. I haven't seen Alex in a long time. San Diego Arts and Culture Challenge Grant just issued its first round of relief funding. The next round will open for applications soon. That is phenomenal. Arts and culture are so critical, and they help keep us sane, particularly in times of adversity. So really, really grateful that this challenge grant is open. So check that out. Thank you, Alex Goodman, for the tip. Yes, very, very, very aware of the reality of grants versus loans. Thank you, Bayside. There is a major difference between those, and we realize that there is more money out there that is seeking some kind of return, but we're trying to educate both sides on how we can best select the tool for the challenge that we're facing. Fantastic. Really great questions. I realized today that I also have my amazing USD water bottle that everybody is jealous of. So I'm full of USD pride. I will note that during this time, like a lot of people have been home and doing a lot of deep self-reflection on your personal lives. Again, this is a phenomenal silver lining for us to think critically about our organizations. How many times have we not been able to get to a strategy update or get to some deep thinking about the future of our work because we've been running around to the next meeting, to the next fire drill? Not everybody is having quiet time. A lot of people are extremely busy. But this is a really fantastic opportunity to think critically about what you want to be moving forward and how you want to support the community. I think as we do more education of investors, hearing also your stories of the challenges. Bayside Community Center just put one in the chat of thinking about maybe relief grants. Having more stories of what's critically needed helps us to be able to push investors a little bit on better understanding and right-sizing their reaction to financial realities. So please, by all means, share what's going on with you. Share it in the chat, share it to Borrow at Mission Driven Finance. But we take your stories and your experiences seriously. That's why, as we help to design the SB NLP program, that we said, we can't have it be first come, first serve. We can't have these structures be in place because they're driving our community nuts. We can't leave our communities that don't have a dedicated fundraising consultant on hand. We can't leave those communities behind. So making sure that we're having more equitable practices, or if you're feeling excluded from something, we want to hear that. And if you don't fit exactly neatly into the criteria that are there, that we might be able to wiggle a little bit to better understand what the community needs. We can only do what the community needs if we hear from you. And so your voice is critically important. It helps to shift policy. It helps to shift uppercase P policy, helps to shape lowercase p policy of what happens in institutions. So please use your voice. The Nonprofit Institute team has done such an incredible job, and the Castor Family Foundation for Nonprofit Research do a great job of making the case of why we should listen to nonprofits and why we should support nonprofits. Make up, I think, 9% of the employment base, 7% of the wages. It's really important that our nonprofit community continues to thrive and that we listen to the needs of the nonprofit community so that we can get the right resources out to them. So we want to make sure that we're sensitive to your needs. So use your voice. And thank you. We love Linda Vista, and our office is in Old Town. Thank you, Bayside. Loving all of this love from you. And Thrive was the very first organization that we funded. So know your community well and love it, and miss going out to get excellent Thai food up the street. Will the SB NLP be available for churches? Rick, that is a great question. So the requirements for the fund, or the eligibility, do state that the purposes of the capital are not for proselytizing, but we fully recognize that many churches and faith-based organizations are providing key direct service. So if the use of capital is for the delivery of direct services, then yes, churches can apply for the SB NLP program, the nonprofit loan pool of that. Again, the only two requirements are that this is not, the use of proceeds is not for advocacy or for the direct ministry. Ministry of Work and of Public Works and Goods is absolutely okay and encouraged. So much of our faith community is really, really important in making sure that overlooked communities get the love that they need. Oof. Tom coming in hot with the tough questions. Do you possibly see the pandemic as an opportunity to dismantle current practices in finance that might not be equitable and rebuild? Short answer, yes. Long answer, this is what we were built for. This is what mission-driven finance is all about. We have recognized since our founding in 2016 that the system structures and policies that created our economic system are intentionally and unintentionally built to exclude certain populations. They're not meant to be equitable. And we are doing our best to show that you don't have to do it this way. For the loans that we make, we don't look at personal credit scores. We are doing commercial loans. We think that personal credit scores are racist, and we don't believe in them. So we don't use them. We also are pushing, in, like right now, we've put more than $5 million out into the San Diego community, and all of our borrowers are still paying. We're able through our practice, which is admittedly small in the grand scheme of the financial system, we're able to demonstrate that you can underwrite and perceive risk differently. A credit score that's below 600 does not mean that you're a bad borrower. It may mean that you have had terrible student loans or maybe a bad divorce, or you did not inherit wealth beforehand. It doesn't necessarily mean that your organization shouldn't be able to access capital and grow. So it's absolutely an opportunity for us to rebuild, and where I talk about we don't want to rebuild exactly the way that it's been. We want to rebuild anew. We want a new normal that works better for everyone. I was on a call or a webinar that RISE led a few weeks ago. It was phenomenal, but hearing from Armand King from Paving Great Futures, love Armand, but he said, normal wasn't working for us. Normal meant that our students were going missing from the school district and people didn't realize it. Normal meant that I was worried about my students and the youth that I work with getting shot on their way to school or on their way to our program. Normal meant that we weren't being talked about. So I think particularly these twin pandemics that we have that are also intertwined of COVID-19 and this racial awakening is really an opportunity for us to say, the system is broken. The system has not been serving us all very well. That we have the opportunity to see other models that work and that do actually uplift all together, that we can do away with a lot of the policies that come from really prejudiced places. I went nerding out on unemployment insurance because why not? But unemployment insurance is always extremely difficult to access, but it actually came from, a lot of the challenges came from the South and passing legislation and specifically excluding agricultural and domestic workers because those were largely Black populations. And they did not want to be able to have a safety net for the Black community. And so that had also an effect on poor white communities in rural places, had an effect on Latina and Latinx communities that are also doing a lot of that work. And so a couple of decades later, some of those policies have gotten repealed, but they still have roots in racism. And as we come back to what the intended and unintended consequences of these lowercase p and uppercase p policies are, then we have an opportunity to reimagine how things can be going forward, and to really think about a future. Again, when I introduced myself, I said I like to reimagine and reinvent systems and create a world that works better for everyone. But we really do have this opportunity now, as more people have woken up to the fact that racism is real and that our systems have not been built to serve everyone. So yeah, you had the short answer of yes, Tom, and then the really long answer of it's time. It's long past time. It's been 500 years in the making. Thank you, Rick. I'm really glad that so many of you have joined us in the chat. That's why I'm here. I personally am a fan of the interactive conversation, so that's also why we've had so much time for Q&A. Happy if anybody has further questions or you want to just listen to me monologue some more, throw it in there and I'll happily respond. Thank you, Bayside. We also wish more funders shared our perspective. There's an increasing set there. I will note nationally, there are more foundations that are joining affinity groups. It's a lot of the same foundations that show up in the same kinds of conversations, but justice funders, asset funders or asset-based funders, something like that. There's a new funder network for organizations that are supporting inclusive entrepreneurship. And so there are many that have, in large part through the advocacy of W.K. Kellogg Foundation and the Ford Foundation, have realized that there are better ways of doing things. And leadership as well from the financial perspective. The Heron Foundation, based out of New York, they do amazing work thinking about financial innovation and using all the tools in their toolbox, grants, loans to CDFIs, loans to nonprofits that are providing first-time homeowners with mortgages. They think about the full spectrum of their global portfolio and say, how can I use this to advance my mission? So gratefully, in the about 12 years since the term impact investing got coined at the Rockefeller Foundation, we've seen a really big uptick. Usually I talk about a normal introduction to impact investing presentation, but nothing feels normal anymore, so I didn't do that. But in the years since this has gotten coined, we're seeing an exponential growth. We're seeing more and more individuals and institutions that are realizing that I need to not have my money that is making money for itself but destroying the world on one hand, and have my grants in a very small hand on the other side. They're seeing this integrated capital spectrum. So we're in coalition and we're in cahoots with a lot of other organizations across the country that are hoping and trying to push on this narrative of thinking about how we can do things differently. If there are specific organizations or funders that you would like us to talk to and help them to think through the logic of their approaches, those are our original roots. We're happy to have sessions specifically oriented to those with the financial assets, and we can help them to think through their strategies to move forward and to move forward in service of the community. Let's see, I was thinking about another organization. Justice funders, asset funders. The RSF Social Finance. They are based in Oakland. The RSF Social Finance, they do larger transaction sizes, but they have an integrated capital fellowship The first cohort, we had a San Diegan, Mary Abad, a wonderful person. Mary was a part of the initial and integrated capital fellowship, but this movement to build the financial leadership within a variety of institutions, and they get together now virtually, get together and have a few weekends a year of deep dive sessions on how you can use a full spectrum of financial tools to advance a social mission. I highly encourage checking out RSF Social Finance and the work that they have put forward. It's fairly accessible and can help you have conversations with your board members and your existing donors too, that are different conversations than you would usually have. Along those lines, one of our other projects outside of Advance, that House Blend Fund that we run, we have also provided about $1.5 million loan to Habitat for Humanity as a Habitat for Humanity San Diego, I should clarify. But with San Diego Habitat, that we provided capital and we helped help them to have different conversations with their donor base about investing on top of their donation, unlocking further pools of capital than they would ordinarily just give. So a few donors that I think were in the more like $10,000 to $50,000 range for them to invest at the $100,000 or $200,000 level. So impact investing and these kinds of integrated capital conversations can really open up a new dialogue with your existing base of support. You can have extremely different conversations than you used to about buying a table at the gala. You can have a conversation about how they really want to build a new world and how you can be part of that, and how you have put together this vision during your pandemic time to see this is how we should be moving forward. Now that I've read the entire internet and watched all of Netflix, I can tell you that this is how our organization should be growing moving forward. And here's how you can help be part of it. Really having a conversation from a place of financial leadership instead of just from a place of here's the opportunity that we have in this very moment, but here's the opportunity we have to really move the needle. Oh, Bayside. Is there a sense of how long the San Diego Foundation waits before awarding relief grants or loans? Pending status has been for a while. I do not have a sense of how long they wait. Honestly, their team has been busier than ever. It's a testament to the team at the San Diego Foundation that they managed to deploy in 2 months what they usually do in a year. There's been a huge outpouring of capital to the program, but even more so, there's been an outpouring of need from the nonprofit community. I don't know how many applications they got, but I do know that they have been diligently wading through them. There are 12,000 registered nonprofits in the county, and I think most of them have submitted an inquiry. So it's a lot. It's a lot on their team. They're doing their best. And we also, like I said before, we are encouraging them to look specifically at those community-based organizations, not just the large nonprofits that have the capacity to serve a variety of communities, but those that are deeply situated in and with their community, like Bayside and Linda Vista, like some organizations we know in Southeast and some other organizations in South Bay, where we see particularly strong programs and opportunities, but that really need to have some grant support. So I wish I had a more concrete answer. but know that the team is trying very hard to support as many as possible. And also that with SB NLP, the loan program side, that we are actively raising more capital. Part of why we list a range of potential interest rates for nonprofits of 0 to 3% is that we're in dialogue with some banks and some other financial institutions to add capital to the current 5.2 million so that we can grow that hopefully to 10 or 20 million and get more capital into the hands of organizations that need it. But they may need to have a small amount of interest payments. So we think that paying, like if a bank came in and provided another 5 million at 2%, that our blended rate of 10 million at 1% is better than having 5 million at 0. That's better for the overall community. So we are diligently trying to get more capital into that program. And I know the San Diego Foundation is also working to get more grants raised to better support all of the great organizations across the county. Oh, I guess the other part of the question from Bayside was on the loan program side. We are keeping the loan application open for almost 1 month, at which point we anticipate having rolling closes where we will be hopefully moving. We'll see what the response is like, how many applications we get in, but we will be attempting to move things quickly. So within about four to 6 weeks, hopefully, moving forward with loan application and closing. We know that certainly times are tough, and the longer things take, the more stressful it is. So we are mindful of that. It's part of why we said, okay, we can do this, is we had those 5 community finance fellows join our team in March. They have been phenomenal, and they are ready to start underwriting and to start assessing and supporting the nonprofit inquiries that come in. So we have expanded our team to be able to best support the community, and we will be turning around approvals and funding as quickly as we can. Got probably another 30 seconds and then we need to wrap up. If anybody has a last question, we are happy to answer anything further. Yeah, the San Diego Foundation, goodness, I don't know what kind of position we'd be in without them. We've been doing some other work with municipalities in smaller metropolitan areas around the country, and they don't have a strong community foundation like the San Diego Foundation. We also have the Jewish Community Foundation, Rancho Santa Fe Foundation, and International Community Foundation. We're very fortunate to have 4 community foundations in the county, but one particularly enormous one. But working with other smaller communities that don't have the financial sophistication or the community orientation that many of the San Diego Foundation team have, we're very lucky to have such a strong leader in the community. I do know that the Jewish Community Foundation also has programs that are available. If you have not yet already checked out their site for how they are supporting during COVID-19, I know Beth has been raising significant capital from her donors as well to get that money moving as quickly and expediently as possible. I applaud Beth Cyril from JCF so much for pushing her DAF's donors with donor advised funds. She says repeatedly, there has never been a better time to empty your DAF than now. So thank you. Enjoy the rest of the sessions, and thank you to USD.